Tonight, the first topic we explore is the life of Catherine the Great, the German-born princess who transformed herself into Russia's most powerful and controversial empress. From orchestrating a coup against her own husband, to embracing Enlightenment philosophy while ruling with an iron fist, Catherine's story is one of sharp intellect, endless ambition, scandalous affairs, and sweeping reforms. So before you get too comfortable, as always, take a moment to like the video and subscribe to the channel. But only if you enjoy our content. Also, let us know where you're watching from and what time it is for you. Sometimes our stories are too interesting, and we're working on a few boring ones, we promise. It's time now to dim the lights, turn on a fan for some background noise, and let's cover what we have for tonight. Together. She was born Sophie Friederike Auguste von Anhalt-Zerbst-Dornburg on May 2nd, 1729, in a quiet corner of the Holy Roman Empire. Her family was noble, yes, but only just. They were minor German aristocrats, well-connected but not powerful, living in modest comfort, not in grandeur. Her father was a Prussian officer. Her mother was ambitious and sharp-tongued, dreaming of elevating the family's status through clever marriage alliances. Sophie, even as a child, sensed this hunger for social climbing, sensed it, and, in time, would wield it like a weapon. She wasn't born to rule. No one in Germany whispered her name with destiny. Yet she was bright, intellectually curious, unusually poised, and obsessed with learning. She absorbed languages easily, devoured books, and watched court behavior with hawk-like focus. Her world was small, but her mind was already wandering far beyond the cold halls of Zerbst. When she was 14, the unexpected happened. Empress Elizabeth of Russia, who had no children of her own, had chosen a successor. Her nephew, Peter of Holstein-Gottorp, another German-born noble. But Peter needed a bride, and Elizabeth wanted one who could be easily moulded. Sophie was selected. Overnight, her world shifted. Russia was not just another country. It was an empire, vast and strange, and it would soon become her home. The journey was long and cold. Sophie arrived in Russia as a foreigner, with little Russian, no Orthodox faith, and only a name that tied her to her former life. But she didn't hesitate. She converted to Orthodoxy, taking the name Catherine Alexeyevna. She studied Russian day and night until she could speak it better than Peter. She adapted, reshaped herself, erased any trace of resistance. Her mother called her too serious. Courtiers called her too quiet. But Catherine was studying everyone, especially her future husband. She saw in Peter a boy trapped in a man's body, childish and awkward, more enamoured with his military dolls than with diplomacy or love. And in that cold realization, Catherine made her first quiet vow. If Peter could inherit a throne, she could steal one. She had arrived as a pawn in someone else's game. But already the pieces were moving, and Catherine intended to become queen. The royal wedding was everything it needed to be, grand, symbolic, politically useful. But for Catherine, it was also the beginning of a long, icy winter. Her husband, Peter, was no Prince Charming. Immature, awkward, and emotionally stunted, Peter showed little interest in his bride. He spent more time marching toy soldiers across tabletops than engaging in the affairs of court, or the heart. At times, he seemed more like a child playing emperor than a man destined to rule one of the world's largest empires. Catherine, however, played her part with quiet precision. She smiled at the right moments. She dressed with elegance. She observed everything, especially what not to become. She quickly realized that if she was to survive in the Russian court, she had to rely on her wits, not her marriage. And so she began to build a life of the mind. She read compulsively, hiding books beneath her pillows and staying up through the night. History, philosophy. The writings of Montesquieu, Rousseau, and Voltaire became her secret teachers. She wrote letters, kept journals, and began to shape a private vision of what a ruler could be, someone who used power not for cruelty or indulgence but for progress, justice, and reform. In a palace that whispered with intrigue, Catherine was quietly becoming dangerous. Yet danger worked both ways. The court was treacherous. Spies lingered in hallways. Alliances shifted overnight. Even Catherine's health faltered. Rumours swirled that Peter resented her so deeply. He withheld medicine during a near-fatal illness. She recovered, but she never forgot. And so, Catherine began cultivating her own allies. A few key nobles, military men, even her personal physician. She learned which words to say, which to withhold, and which to whisper behind closed doors. And when her marriage turned cold, she turned to others for affection. Lovers entered her life, discreetly for now, and with them came influence, protection, and sometimes love. But love was not her goal. Power was. Peter was still the heir. But Catherine was no longer content to be his shadow. She had tasted the politics of survival, the thrill of reading forbidden texts, and the sweet clarity of ambition. She would not just be Empress by title, she would be Empress by will. When Empress Elizabeth died in 1762, Peter III ascended the throne. Catherine, now in her early 30s, had waited over a decade in the shadows, reading, learning, preparing. But the man she married remained as erratic and unpopular as ever. In just a few short months, Peter managed to alienate the Russian Orthodox Church, insult the nobility, and withdraw troops from a victorious war against Prussia, his homeland's ally, but Russia's enemy. His loyalty to Frederick the Great disgusted the military. His mocking of Russian traditions infuriated the court. And Catherine? She watched it all with silent precision. She had already begun nurturing a quiet network of loyalists. Men like Grigory Orlov, a dashing military officer, and her lover, who had close ties to the Imperial Guard. Orlov wasn't just a romantic partner, he was her key to power. Behind palace walls, Catherine whispered her plans. She made promises. She secured oaths. She had no legal claim to the throne, but she had something far more potent, the confidence of those who held swords. Then came the moment. On the morning of June 28th, 1762, with Peter distracted and unaware, Catherine made her move. She rode to the Izmailovsky regiment barracks, stood before the soldiers, and declared herself sovereign of Russia. They pledged loyalty on the spot. One by one, the guards, the nobles, and even the clergy followed. She rode through St. Petersburg in full regalia, calm and commanding. The people didn't rise against her. They welcomed her. Peter fled. Days later, he was forced to abdicate, and soon after, he was dead, murdered under suspicious circumstances, likely by Catherine's allies. She never admitted to ordering it. She never denied benefiting from it. When asked about his death, she simply said he was no longer needed. It had been a nearly bloodless coup. No mass uprisings, no civil war, just a perfectly executed pivot of power from one ruler to another. Catherine had done the unthinkable. A foreign-born woman had seized the Russian throne without heritage, without majority support, and without fear. Her rule was now official. But now came the harder part, proving she deserved it. She had claimed the crown. Now she would have to earn it. Catherine understood something few rulers of her time did. That power wasn't just about military control or royal blood. It was about image. And so, once the crown was hers, she didn't rest. She transformed. From a coup-born ruler, she recast herself as a reformer, a student of enlightenment, a sovereign with vision. She styled herself as a philosopher on the throne, exchanging letters with Voltaire, Diderot, and other great thinkers of Europe. To them, she wasn't just a monarch. She was proof that ideas could shape empires. She invited philosophers to court, sent money to scholars, publicly praised liberty, education, and reason, all while ruling with unmatched authority. But ideas didn't always fit neatly into Russian reality. Russia was still a deeply feudal society. The nobility held land, and peasants. Serfdom chained millions in poverty. Catherine wanted to reform it. She dreamed of modernizing the legal system, improving schools, cleaning the bureaucracy of corruption. In 1767, she convened a commission to draft a new legal code, one that would be fair, rational, and humane. She personally wrote the Nakaz, or Instruction, a bold Enlightenment-inspired document that criticised torture, advocated for education, and emphasised equality before the law. European thinkers hailed it as visionary. But at home, the commission failed. The nobles weren't interested in giving up their privileges. The clergy pushed back against secular ideas. And Catherine, ever the realist, stepped back. She would not spark civil war in the name of idealism. She shelved many reforms, but she never abandoned the image of reform. Still, some changes did take root. She expanded education, especially for girls. She founded the Smolny Institute for Noble Maidens, Russia's first state-funded school for women. She poured resources into the arts, opening theatres, libraries, and museums. Under her reign, St. Petersburg became a centre of culture and elegance. She was building a Russian enlightenment, not by force, but by inspiration. Yet her enlightenment was a delicate dance. She had to keep the nobles loyal, the peasants quiet, and the philosophers impressed. She walked a tightrope between progress and preservation, between ideals and power. Catherine spoke the language of liberty, but she ruled with the discipline of a monarch, and behind every public ideal was a very calculated strategy. For all her intellect and discipline, Catherine could never escape one thing: people's obsession with her personal life. In the glittering halls of the Russian court, where whispers travelled faster than truth, the Empress's lovers became legends. Her first great affair after the coup had been with Grigory Orlov, the soldier who helped bring her to power. Brave, loyal, and handsome, Orlov was more than a romantic partner. He was her co-conspirator. Together, they had reshaped the future of the Russian Empire. But as the years passed, their bond began to fade. Orlov's behaviour turned erratic, and Catherine, ever rational, began to look elsewhere. What followed was a long series of liaisons, each one carefully chosen. These were not reckless flings. Catherine's lovers were often men of talent, intelligence, or military value. They were part of her political ecosystem. Some were gifted administrators, others were generals. And one, Grigory Potemkin, would become the most significant. Potemkin was no ordinary court favourite. He was brilliant, passionate, and ambitious. Their love burned intensely, and though it didn't last romantically forever, their political partnership endured for life. Potemkin helped Catherine secure Crimea, expand Russia's borders, and shape foreign policy. They may have even secretly married, though no proof was ever found. But even after they drifted romantically, they wrote to each other constantly, warm, witty, and often intimate letters that revealed mutual admiration. Still, the court, and the continent, gossiped. Foreign ambassadors reported breathlessly on her long list of lovers. Pamphlets in Europe painted her as immoral, debauched, even dangerous. One grotesque rumour, completely false, claimed she died attempting to be intimate with a horse. It was pure slander, weaponized misogyny meant to punish a woman for ruling with strength and sensuality. Catherine never responded to these attacks directly. She didn't need to. Her rule spoke louder than any whisper. She had taken and held the Russian throne. She expanded its territory, reformed its institutions, and governed with unmatched efficiency. Yes, she loved fiercely, but never foolishly. Her affairs may have shocked the old world, but to Catherine, love was just another arena of politics, a place where loyalty was earned, passion was useful, and hearts could be as strategic as armies. Catherine spoke often of liberty, of justice, of enlightenment, but behind the silks and salons, behind the witty letters to Voltaire and the progressive speeches, was a ruler who understood the necessity of power and the price of keeping it. In 1773, just over a decade into her reign, Russia erupted. A man named Yemelyan Pugachev, a Cossack and former soldier, claimed to be none other than Peter III, Catherine's long-dead husband. He called her a usurper, promised land to the peasants, freedom to the serfs. He lit a flame that spread quickly through the countryside, where suffering and resentment had long been simmering. It became the Pugachev Rebellion, the largest peasant uprising in Russian history. Catherine, shaken, responded without mercy. Troops were dispatched, villages burned, rebels were captured, tortured, and hanged. Pugachev himself was paraded through Moscow in a cage before being executed, and with his death, Catherine sent a clear message: challenge the throne, and you will suffer. It was a turning point. The empress who had once championed the rights of the people now ruled with far less idealism. She had seen what chaos looked like, and it terrified her. The rebellion had exposed the deep fractures of her empire, the poverty, the inequality, the desperation. But instead of addressing those wounds through reform, she tightened her grip. Serfdom expanded under her rule. Noble privileges were strengthened. The vast rural poor fell deeper into bondage. To preserve peace, Catherine sided with the aristocracy, because they held the key to her survival. And yet, the contradiction haunted her reign. To Europe, she was still the enlightened monarch, the modernizer, the patron of the arts and sciences. But at home, she had become something sterner, more imperial, less idealistic. The woman who once dreamed of rewriting Russia's laws now issued decrees that reinforced the status quo. But perhaps that was her genius. Catherine had learned what many idealists never do, that to keep power in a turbulent world, you sometimes have to betray the very ideas that brought you there. She wore philosophy like a crown, but underneath it was iron. If Catherine ruled Russia with vision, she expanded it with precision. Unlike many monarchs who dreamed only of securing borders, she dreamed of growing them. Her Russia would not just be a landmass, it would be an empire of influence, culture, and raw geopolitical power. She turned her gaze south first, to the Black Sea and the weakening Ottoman Empire. Controlling the Crimea meant warm water ports, new trade routes, and strategic dominance. The wars were long and costly, but Catherine's army, guided in part by her trusted advisor Grigory Potemkin, was relentless. By 1783, Crimea was annexed. Russia now had direct access to the Black Sea, and with it, a seat at the table of maritime powers. Next, she turned west. Poland, fractured by internal strife and weakened by centuries of political infighting, became her next focus. Catherine positioned herself as a protector of Polish stability while secretly working to divide and conquer. In 3 stages, the partitions of Poland, she joined with Austria and Prussia to carve up the country. By the final partition in 1795, Poland as an independent state had vanished. A once proud kingdom was now divided, and much of its eastern territory belonged to Catherine. It was brutal diplomacy, cold, calculated, effective. Under her reign, Russia's borders expanded by more than 200,000 square miles. Millions of new subjects were added: Ukrainians, Belarusians, Lithuanians, Tatars, Jews. The Russian Empire had never been larger, nor more diverse, but expansion came with cost. The new territories were difficult to govern. Some resisted Russian control, others demanded autonomy. The empire grew heavier and harder to hold. Catherine responded with reforms, reorganizing provinces, setting up new schools, and attempting to standardize administration. It was a bureaucratic race against unrest. Yet through it all, Catherine remained composed. She presented her conquests not as imperial aggression, but as civilization's advance. She wrote to European leaders as if she were spreading Enlightenment ideals, not swallowing nations. To her allies, she was a stateswoman. To her enemies, an imperial predator. But to history, she was something more rare. A ruler who expanded an empire not through reckless war, but through cunning strategy and diplomatic elegance. With every annexation, her Russia grew not just in size, but in ambition. As Catherine aged, the fire in her mind never dimmed, but her body began to slow. She remained fiercely active in government, reading reports, drafting reforms, and attending court functions well into her 60s. But the world around her was changing, and fast. Across Europe, revolution was in the air. In 1789, the French Revolution erupted, sending shockwaves through every royal court. Kings were beheaded. Crowds demanded liberty and equality. For an empress who once embraced Enlightenment ideals, the uprising was deeply unsettling. Catherine, once a friend to philosophers, now saw their words as dangerous sparks. She banned French revolutionary texts. She tightened censorship. Her court, once open to ideas, became suspicious and guarded. Her enlightenment, it seemed, had an expiration date. She also grew more isolated. The love of her life, Potemkin, passed away in 1791. Their relationship had long shifted from romantic to political, but his death struck her deeply. She continued to rely on younger favourites, men who were charming and loyal, but rarely matched the strategic brilliance of her earlier companions. And then there was her son, Paul. Catherine distrusted him. She saw in Paul none of her intelligence, none of her stability. He was emotional, impulsive, and drawn to autocratic ideals that clashed with her more balanced style. Privately, she considered bypassing him altogether, grooming her grandson Alexander as the next Tsar. It was a bold plan, one she never had time to complete. In November of 1796, Catherine suffered a massive stroke. She never regained consciousness. She died days later, alone in her chambers, with unfinished reforms on her desk and unspoken thoughts in her journals. When Paul took the throne, his first act was to undo many of his mother's policies. He buried her in Peter's mausoleum, next to the husband she had overthrown, and who may have died by her command. In death, they were united in stone, though never in life. The court mourned her. The country paused, and Europe watched the passing of one of its most fascinating monarchs. Catherine the Great had reigned for 34 years. She left behind a larger, more powerful Russia, and a legacy that still sparks debate centuries later. But her final chapter was written in silence. Catherine the Great was never supposed to rule. She wasn't Russian by birth. She wasn't born into a throne, and yet, through intelligence, political mastery, and ruthless determination, she became one of the longest reigning monarchs in Russian history. Her legacy is complex, full of contradictions that history continues to unravel. She spoke the language of enlightenment. She wrote about justice, reason, and reform. She engaged with the greatest minds of her age and tried to bring their ideals into one of the most autocratic empires in the world. But when those ideals threatened her power, she suppressed them. She dreamed of freeing the serfs, but expanded serfdom. She spoke of equality, but ruled with absolute authority. And yet, her impact is undeniable. She modernized Russia's administration, making it more efficient, more centralized, more capable. She brought schools, hospitals, and the arts to cities that had once known little more than military parades and church rituals. Under her leadership, Russia became not just bigger, but stronger, wealthier, and more respected on the world stage. She ruled in a man's world and beat men at their own game. Her court was filled with powerful advisers and lovers, but make no mistake, Catherine was always the one in control. Every relationship, every policy, every letter she wrote was part of a broader vision. She turned St. Petersburg into a beacon of European culture. She expanded the empire's borders beyond imagination. And she left behind libraries, statues, and institutions that carried her name long after her death. But perhaps her greatest legacy is not in territory or legislation, but in possibility. Catherine proved that a woman could lead an empire, that charisma, intellect, and sheer force of will could elevate a minor princess into a world-shaping sovereign. She shattered expectations, not with rebellion, but with refinement, not with noise, but with calculation. To some, she remains a symbol of tyranny, to others, a goddess of reason. But to history, she is something greater than myth, something real, a flawed, brilliant, relentless human being who ruled for over 3 decades and left her fingerprints on an entire civilization. Catherine the Great didn't just reign, she rewrote the script for what a ruler, any ruler, could be. Long before it was a city, El Dorado was a man. A king, they said, covered from head to toe in fine gold dust. He stood upon a raft, floating in the middle of a sacred lake, surrounded by priests and nobles. As the sun rose, he cast jewels, emeralds, and golden offerings into the water, tributes to the gods. It was a ceremony, a legend, a whisper in the wind. The indigenous Muisca people of what is now Colombia called him El Hombre Dorado, the Golden Man. But when the Spanish conquistadors arrived in the early 1500s, they misunderstood. They heard El Dorado and didn't think of a ritual or a man. They imagined a place, a golden kingdom hidden in the mountains, untouched by war, glittering with treasure. The transformation was quick. In the European imagination, El Dorado morphed from a man into a city, then a kingdom, then an entire empire. The name didn't just mean gold, it meant paradise, salvation, a place where all desires could be fulfilled. And for the Spaniards, starving, desperate, thousands of miles from home, it was irresistible. The jungles of South America became alive with the rumour. Somewhere, deep in the green unknown, a city of gold waited. The native people spoke carefully, often trying to appease or mislead their aggressive guests. They mentioned far-off lands, strange rivers, and shimmering objects. The conquistadors, hungry for wealth and honour, took every word as a clue. El Dorado wasn't just a myth, it became a fever. In campfires and letters back home, the tale grew larger. Soldiers who hadn't even left Spain heard about it. Poets romanticized it. Monarchs funded expeditions for it. It no longer mattered if it existed. What mattered was the belief that it could. And belief, in the age of conquest, was all you needed. This golden illusion would drive some men to greatness, and others to madness. It would become one of the most powerful legends in the history of exploration, a promise of riches just out of reach, always deeper in the jungle, always just beyond the next ridge. El Dorado was no longer a story. It was a compass that pointed to nowhere. And still, they followed it. In 1541, a brutal expedition set out from Quito, led by Gonzalo Pizarro, brother of the infamous Francisco Pizarro, who had conquered the Inca Empire. Gonzalo had heard the rumours of cinnamon forests, of lands rich with gold, and of a golden city called El Dorado waiting just beyond the Andes. He was determined to find it, no matter the cost. He brought with him over 300 Spanish soldiers, hundreds of native porters, a few dozen horses, and a dream made of gold and desperation. The jungle, however, was not a dream. It was a living, breathing nightmare. Rain poured for days without stopping. Rivers swelled and swallowed their supplies. Insects devoured skin. Men collapsed from exhaustion, hunger, and disease. As the weeks dragged into months, the expedition began to disintegrate. Food vanished. Morale crumbled. Many of the indigenous porters died or fled. The Spanish, wearing heavy armour and carrying weapons now useless against the jungle, became weak and paranoid. Gonzalo Pizarro, desperate, ordered a smaller party to push ahead in search of food and a way forward. That group was led by Francisco de Orellana, a lesser-known nobleman who would soon make history by accident. Orellana's party floated down a river, following its winding current deeper into unknown territory. Days turned into weeks, and Orellana realized he couldn't return upstream to rejoin Pizarro. There was only one path left, forward. With a handful of men and a makeshift brigantine, Orellana continued down what would one day be called the Amazon River. He passed through vast, seemingly endless forests and encountered indigenous civilizations that appeared far more advanced than expected. He later claimed to have seen grand cities, well-organized societies, and even tribes of warrior women, stories that would inflame the El Dorado legend for centuries. Eventually, Orellana reached the Atlantic Ocean. He became the first European to navigate the entire length of the Amazon, but he had found no gold, no El Dorado, only a myth that now stretched across a continent. Back in the Andes, Gonzalo Pizarro's forces had nearly all died. The survivors crawled back to Quito, broken and starving, but the damage had already been done. The jungle had taken its first real blood for El Dorado, and the myth was just getting started. By the mid-1500s, the Spanish obsession with El Dorado had shifted from the vast unknown of the jungle to a single, haunting place: Lake Guatavita. Nestled in the green highlands of what is now central Colombia, this almost perfectly circular crater lake shimmered with eerie beauty. But it wasn't the view that drew conquistadors. It was the legend. The Muisca people, who lived nearby, had long performed sacred rituals there. One ritual in particular had gripped European imaginations: a chieftain, naked and dusted in gold, sailing to the center of the lake on a raft, tossing emeralds, gold, and precious offerings into the water as gifts to the gods. To the Spanish, it wasn't religion. It was a vault, and they were determined to open it. In 1536, conquistador Gonzalo Jiménez de Quesada was the first to arrive. His men fished a few golden trinkets from the lake's edge, stirring just enough hope to keep the obsession alive. Over the next few decades, multiple attempts were made to extract the supposed treasure resting at the lake's bottom. In one of the most infamous efforts, in 1580, a wealthy entrepreneur named Antonio de Sepúlveda tried to drain the entire lake. He and his crew of indigenous laborers dug a massive gash into the mountainside, forming a channel to bleed the water away. As the level dropped, mud and debris surfaced, along with some pieces of gold. But the sides collapsed before the lake could be fully drained. The excavation killed many workers, and while a few golden artifacts were found, the mythical hoard of treasure remained hidden beneath layers of silt and legend. Still, the effort had a strange consequence. The lake itself became sacred to the myth of El Dorado. It wasn't just a backdrop anymore. It became the beating heart of the story. A place where gold had been offered for centuries, where secrets lay buried beneath the water's surface, and where hope refused to die. Even centuries later, Lake Guatavita would draw treasure hunters armed with sonar, scuba gear, and dynamite. But the lake remained stubborn. It kept its secrets close. And like the myth it fueled, it promised everything, and delivered only echoes. By the late 16th century, El Dorado fever had crossed the Atlantic. No longer was it only a Spanish pursuit. Now the English, ambitious, rising, and eager to challenge Spain's dominance, set their sights on the Golden City, and no one was more enchanted by the legend than Sir Walter Raleigh. A poet, soldier, and favourite of Queen Elizabeth II, Raleigh was bold, intelligent, and full of theatrical charm. But he was also fiercely ambitious, desperate to carve a legacy that would rival the great conquistadors. El Dorado, he believed, was not just a myth, it was his destiny. In 1595, Raleigh sailed to Guyana, the dense, unmapped region near the Orinoco River in present-day Venezuela. He had read Spanish reports, heard tales from captured natives, and convinced himself that the city of gold lay somewhere in the rain-drenched interior. His journey was grueling, thick jungles, choking heat, and uncooperative terrain, but he returned home with a spectacular story. He claimed to have found a civilization on the verge of discovery, a land rich with gold ruled by a mighty emperor just beyond reach. His published account, The Discovery of the Large, Rich, and Beautiful Empire of Guyana, was filled with vague maps and suggestive detail. There was no proof, but Raleigh's words sparkled with enough imagination to captivate England. Queen Elizabeth was intrigued, the public was enthralled, Raleigh became a legend. But the years passed. Elizabeth died. Raleigh lost his favour and his freedom, imprisoned in the Tower of London under King James I. Yet El Dorado still burned in his mind. In 1617, after years of confinement, he was granted one last chance, an expedition to Guyana to finally prove his claim. This time, it all fell apart. His men attacked a Spanish outpost, violating the fragile peace between England and Spain. Worse, Raleigh's beloved son Wat was killed in the skirmish. Defeated, grieving, and empty-handed, Raleigh returned to England. King James was furious. Raleigh was executed in 1618, beheaded in public, his dreams undone by the very myth he once made shine. He had chased a city that may never have existed, and in doing so, he became its most tragic explorer. As the centuries turned, El Dorado refused to die. With every failed expedition, the myth only grew more potent, like a mirage that shimmered brighter the more it was chased. The jungle, vast and uncharted, became both canvas and executioner. Countless men ventured into its emerald depths, convinced that gold awaited just beyond the next ridge, the next river, the next breathless day. They came from everywhere: Portuguese fortune seekers, German adventurers, Dutch traders, Jesuit missionaries. Each carried stories, weapons, and dreams. Few returned. Fewer still returned sane. The Amazon rainforest, which spans millions of square kilometers, is one of the most unforgiving environments on Earth. Thick canopies blocked out the sun. Rivers changed direction without warning. Poisonous insects and deadly snakes blended into the foliage. Starvation claimed some. Disease claimed others. Those who managed to push deeper faced even greater threats. Indigenous tribes, fiercely protective of their lands, whose resistance was swift, coordinated, and often fatal. Time and again, the same pattern emerged. A promising lead, a well-funded expedition, weeks of struggle, and then silence. Many were never seen again. Still, belief persisted. The myth had evolved. El Dorado was no longer a single city. It became a floating dream. To some, it was hidden in the Andes. To others, deep in the jungle's belly. Some imagined it in caves, others in lakes. It changed with every explorer's hope. And that's what made it dangerous. The jungle didn't need traps. It didn't need armies. It only needed time. Men wandered deeper and deeper, guided by hope and misdirection, until exhaustion broke them. Some went mad. Others turned on each other. The line between explorer and victim blurred until it was erased entirely. Even when nothing was found, the survivors still spoke of signs. Glimpses of golden idols, distant lights, strange voices echoing at night. Their minds, half-starved and half hallucinating, became compasses spinning wildly in all directions. El Dorado had become a psychological labyrinth, one that promised paradise but demanded everything in return. The jungle didn't guard a city of gold, it guarded a story, and in that story, hope itself became a trap. For centuries, the myth of El Dorado was dismissed as fantasy, an illusion spun from greed, misunderstanding, and European arrogance. But in recent decades, something remarkable has emerged. Evidence that maybe, just maybe, El Dorado wasn't entirely a lie. Not a city of golden walls, no. Not streets paved in treasure. But signs of vast, advanced civilizations that once thrived in the very regions conquistadors called empty. Deep within the Amazon, archaeologists and scientists have uncovered remnants of lost cities, agricultural systems, and vast road networks, now buried beneath layers of jungle. In Brazil, Bolivia, and Peru, satellite imagery and ground surveys have revealed the outlines of geometric mounds, moated towns, and intricate irrigation canals. These weren't small tribal encampments. They were organized societies, some likely home to tens of thousands of people. And then there's the soil. In scattered parts of the Amazon, researchers found terra preta, dark earth, enriched with charcoal, bones, and compost. It's not natural. It was engineered. Created by ancient Amazonians to make poor soil fertile, it suggests a long-term, sustainable civilization that understood its environment far better than once believed? Could it be that when early explorers spoke of great cities in the jungle, they were seeing the last flickers of a dying world? A civilization ravaged by European disease before it could be fully understood? Some believe so. Even Francisco de Orellana, whose Amazon journey was long considered exaggerated, is now being reassessed. His claims of bustling cities and powerful tribes were dismissed for centuries, but new findings suggest he may have been telling the truth. Just a version of it Europe wasn't ready to believe. So perhaps El Dorado was never one golden city, but the reflection of many real ones, a patchwork of thriving cultures that dazzled the eyes of outsiders only to vanish under jungle and time. The legend, then, was not built from nothing. It was built from fragments, misunderstood and reshaped by conquest. The gold may have been symbolic, the grandeur exaggerated, but the roots of the story were always real. El Dorado may not have been a place on a map, but it may have been a memory. As the myth of El Dorado spread through Europe, it didn't just live in songs or whispered tales, it was etched into maps. From the 16th to the 18th centuries, map makers, cartographers working from stories rather than science, began to fill the blank spaces of South America with invention. The unknown was terrifying, but it was also a blank canvas. And nothing filled that canvas better than gold. Across old parchment maps, the word El Dorado appears in bold script, pinned to lakes, rivers, and mountains that never existed. Sometimes the city was shown as nestled near Lake Guatavita. Other times, it floated deep in the Amazon or hidden behind the Orinoco. Some maps included entire golden empires, complete with drawn buildings, sun temples, and fantastical creatures guarding the way. These maps weren't drawn to deceive. Not exactly. They were drawn to sell. Each one was a siren song to monarchs, merchants, and mercenaries. They sparked funding for expeditions. They justified claims over foreign lands. They offered explorers something just real enough to chase. The absence of proof was the point. The less certain the location, the more imagination it allowed. And so the myth grew, not just in stories, but in geography. Some of these maps found their way into royal courts. Others were published in books, passed from hand to hand by those dreaming of wealth and wonder. They were copied, plagiarized, embellished, and every new version added more detail, more certainty, more allure. These false geographies had real consequences. Expeditions were launched based on them. Lives were lost pursuing the curves of rivers that didn't exist. Entire regions were colonized based on legends scribbled by men who had never stepped foot outside Europe. But the most fascinating part? Some of these maps continued to circulate after El Dorado had been discredited. Why? Because humans don't let go of hope easily. A map is more than a tool, it's a promise. And these promises glittered. Even today, those antique maps are sought after collector's items. Not because they're accurate, but because they captured a moment when belief was stronger than evidence. El Dorado never needed to be real. It just needed to be drawn. Centuries have passed. The jungle has swallowed up the bones, the rusted swords, and the silent footprints of those who chased El Dorado. And still, the myth survives. It lives in books, films, and museum exhibits. In the animated stories we show our children and the documentaries we stream late into the night. It's Indiana Jones and the road to El Dorado. It's a symbol now, more than a city, more than a man. It's an idea. Even into the 19th and 20th centuries, explorers still returned to South America, armed now with compasses, rifles, and scientific curiosity. Alexander von Humboldt, one of the most respected scientists of his time, ventured through South America in the early 1800s. Though skeptical, even he was drawn to the stories. He searched not for gold, but for truth, and found the jungle still whispered of hidden civilizations. Later came Percy Fawcett, the British explorer whose obsession with a lost Amazonian city, he called it Zed, mirrored the old dreams of El Dorado. In 1925, he vanished into the jungle with his son, never to return. Some say he died at the hands of a tribe. Others believe he found something and chose to stay hidden. And even in the 21st century, the search hasn't ended. Armed with satellite imagery, drones, and LiDAR technology, archaeologists are still uncovering evidence of ancient, complex Amazonian civilizations. No golden city has been found, but new ruins, earthworks, and settlement grids suggest that the heart of the jungle once beat with life far richer than ever imagined. And yet, El Dorado still gleams, not on the ground, but in the mind. Because we never really needed proof. We needed the pursuit. The idea that somewhere out there is more, that one last secret remains untold. That if we go far enough, try hard enough, risk enough, we'll find the thing that changes everything. El Dorado is no longer a physical place. It's a metaphor for ambition, for obsession, for the human hunger for what lies just beyond the horizon. We chase it in careers, in relationships, in dreams, and sometimes in jungles. It doesn't matter if it's real. What matters is that we keep walking toward it. In the end, El Dorado was never found. No gilded city, no palace walls shimmering in the sun, no thrones carved from emerald. The jungle never opened its hands. And yet, the legacy of El Dorado outlasted the kingdoms that searched for it. Because what the explorers didn't realize, what they couldn't realize, was that the real treasure was never gold. It was what the journey revealed about themselves, about civilization, and about the stories we cling to. They found rivers no map had ever shown. They encountered people with knowledge of the forest that rivaled any European academy. They recorded languages, flora, and customs never before seen by the Western world. Some of them, like Francisco de Orellana, unknowingly made history not by discovering El Dorado, but by opening a path into the heart of the largest rainforest on Earth. Others lost everything, their wealth, their sanity, their lives. And yet, they too are part of the legend. Their names echo through time, not for what they found, but for what they were willing to risk. El Dorado endures because it speaks to something buried deep inside us, the belief that there is always more to discover, more to become, more just beyond the horizon. We see it in every venture, every impossible dream. The entrepreneur chasing the perfect idea, the artist searching for the perfect work, the traveller seeking the untouched corner of the world. They are all, in their own way, following a golden city that may not exist, but still shapes everything they do. The myth is not a failure. It's a mirror. It reflects our ambition, our curiosity, and yes, our greed. It shows how far we'll go for something beautiful, something meaningful, something that whispers to us in the quiet, saying, just a little further. El Dorado is not a lost city. It's a question, and each generation answers it in their own way. So the next time you hear a story too good to be true, ask yourself, is it a lie, or is it a dream worth chasing? Because sometimes the real El Dorado is the journey itself. The origins of the Olympic Games weren't about records or trophies. They were about reverence. It was the year 776 BCE, deep in the cradle of ancient Greece. Across the mountains and valleys, people began to gather, not to fight, not to trade, but to worship. They came to a sacred place known as Olympia, nestled in the lush landscape of the Peloponnesian Peninsula. There was no city here, only a religious sanctuary, shaded by olive trees and protected by the watchful gaze of gods carved in marble. The purpose? To honor Zeus, the king of the gods, through ritual, sacrifice, and the physical excellence of mortal men. The Olympic Games were born not in a stadium, but at an altar, an ancient mound of ash built from generations of burnt offerings. Before a single race was run, before a discus flew through the air, sacrifices were made. Oxen were led to the altar. Incense was burned. Hymns were sung. The first Olympics were, at their core, an act of devotion, Only Greek men were allowed to compete, only free citizens. They came representing their polis, city-states like Athens, Corinth, Argos and Sparta. Each athlete wasn't just racing for himself. He was racing for his homeland, carrying its pride on his back like a cloak. There were no stands, no announcers, no global audience. But the air buzzed with something sacred. Olympia became a crossroads where language, politics and rivalry paused, if only for a few days, and Greeks remembered that they were one people under the gods. And so, from all corners of the Hellenic world, they came barefoot and bronzed, some walking for weeks just to be part of the moment. Competing wasn't just allowed, it was holy. It was a way of stepping closer to the divine, of testing the human form as the gods intended it to be, strong, focused, and unashamed. There was no gold, no silver, only honour. No empire had demanded this gathering, no king decreed it. The games rose from a deeper place, something woven into the soul of Greek identity. Here, in the shadow of temples, under the eyes of Zeus, the Olympic Games took their first breath, not as sport, but as sacred ritual. In a land often divided by rivalries and endless war, it was remarkable that, every 4 years, the Greeks found a reason to stop fighting. That reason was Zeus. Before each Olympic Games began, heralds were sent out from Elis, the region that governed Olympia, to announce the Ekecheiria, the sacred truce. It wasn't a suggestion. It was a solemn, binding agreement. For 1 month, sometimes 3, all warfare across the Greek world was to cease. No armies could march, no soldiers could draw swords. Even hostile borders were temporarily opened, allowing athletes, priests, and spectators to travel freely. The truce didn't mean peace between city-states. It meant respect for something higher than politics, the gods. In theory, it allowed athletes from anywhere in the Greek world, whether allies or bitter enemies, to journey safely to Olympia. In practice, it was a miracle of diplomacy. City-states that had clashed on the battlefield one season could stand side by side on the track the next. Even Sparta, with all its martial pride and defiance, observed the truce for much of its early history. To violate the truce was to invite divine wrath. Those who dared face sanctions, not just from other city-states, but from the gods themselves. Zeus was not just a protector of the games, he was their witness. At Olympia, a massive bronze statue of Zeus stood with thunderbolt in hand, a silent reminder that the rules of the gods were not to be broken. But the truce wasn't only about safety, it was about unity. Greece was not a nation. It was a patchwork of fiercely independent polis, often at war with each other. Yet through the sacred truce, they could gather together in a single place, for a single purpose, bound by a shared reverence. It was more than just political necessity, it was symbolic. The truce taught that even in a world ruled by conflict, there could be moments of order, respect, and ritual. For a brief time, Greek identity rose above rivalry, and as the olive wreaths were prepared and athletes stepped into the arena, it was under the quiet power of peace, not one enforced by soldiers, but one commanded by the gods. At Olympia, there were no uniforms, no tunics, no armour. The athletes of ancient Greece competed naked, fully and deliberately. To the modern mind, it might seem shocking, but to the ancient Greeks, the unclothed body was not something to hide, it was something to celebrate. Strength, symmetry, and discipline weren't just physical traits. They were reflections of virtue, of the soul made visible. Competing nude wasn't just allowed, it was expected. It was part of the ritual. The Greek word gymnos means naked. From it came gymnasium, the training ground, and later the gymnasium. To train the body was to train the mind. Athletes covered themselves in olive oil, not for vanity, but to showcase the form and reduce chafing during movement. Dust was often sprinkled over the oil to prevent slipping and to accentuate muscle definition. In this sacred setting, the human form became art. And it wasn't just about appearance, competing naked symbolized equality. In the arena, wealth and social class were stripped away, literally. What remained was effort, discipline, and raw physical skill. The body became the only uniform, and excellence became the only rank. But this exposure also had a moral edge. For the Greeks, shame was not in nudity, but in cowardice, cheating, or weakness. To step onto the track, into the wrestling pit, or before the javelin line without clothing was a declaration, "I have nothing to hide." It was a gesture of transparency, of boldness. The athlete placed himself before the gods and his people in complete honesty. Sculptures from this era reflect that reverence. Chiseled statues of runners, discus throwers and wrestlers, often idealized, were not just decorations. They were symbols of the heroic spirit, frozen in marble for generations to study and admire. Even the gods themselves, Apollo, Heracles, were depicted in the same heroic nudity. Women, of course, were excluded, not only from competing but even from watching. Only unmarried girls were allowed as spectators, and even that was rare. The Olympic space was wholly male, sacred, exposed, and competitive. In this environment, nudity wasn't indecent, it was divine. The naked athlete stood as a living offering, a body trained, tested, and transformed. Not for glory alone, but for the favour of Zeus. In the first Olympic Games, there were no second chances. Only one man could win. There were no silver medals, no podium with 3 tiers. The Greeks believed that excellence was singular, victory was absolute. And so, in every event, only the first-place athlete was honoured, crowned with a simple yet sacred reward, a wreath of wild olive leaves, cut from a holy tree near the temple of Zeus. The olive wreath, called a kotinos, held no monetary value. It wasn't gold, didn't sparkle, and couldn't be traded. But it meant something greater. It was a gift from the gods, a living symbol of immortal glory. To win in Olympia meant having your name recorded for all time. It meant returning to your polis as a hero. Your statue might be erected in the sanctuary. Poets might write verses in your name. Cities sometimes offered their champions lifetime privileges, free meals, theatre seats, or public office. But the games weren't about prizes. They were about arete, a Greek concept of virtue and excellence. To possess arete was to fulfill your purpose, to perform at the height of human potential. And for athletes, that meant winning. Nothing less. The competitions were fierce. Victory was not just personal, it was political. Each athlete represented his city-state. A win at Olympia reflected not just his own strength, but the strength and honour of his people. The glory belonged to all. That made victory even more vital, and defeat even more bitter. There was no room for excuses, no do-overs. The line between eternal fame and total obscurity could be measured in a breath. A stumble, a single moment of hesitation, and for those who didn't win, there were no commemorations, no odes. They returned home quietly, often forgotten by history. But the victor, he stood apart. Crowned in silence, his wreath catching the light, he became part of something sacred. The Greeks believed that such men were touched by the divine. They had not just outrun their rivals, they had pleased the gods. In a world without medals or sponsorships, this single fragile crown of olive leaves meant everything. Because for the Greeks, immortality didn't come from wealth. It came from being remembered. The very first Olympic Games, held in 776 BCE, featured only a single event, a sprint known as the stadion. It was a foot race, roughly 192 metres long, the length of the stadium itself. There were no starting blocks, no shoes, no false start penalties. Just bare feet on packed earth, a straight line marked between 2 posts, and silence before the judge's signal. The runners leaned forward, dust rose, and then they ran. The first recorded Olympic champion in history was a cook named Koroibos of Elis, a humble man whose name would echo for thousands of years simply because he ran the fastest once. His prize? Not money, not power, just a wreath of olive leaves and a place in the eternal scroll of Olympic victors. Over time, the games grew. By the 7th century BCE, new events were added. The Diolos, a double-length race. The Dolichos, a long-distance run. Then came wrestling, discus, javelin, and the long jump, all parts of the brutal pentathlon, an event testing total physical ability. To win, you had to be not just fast, but strong, agile, and clever. One of the most awe-inspiring additions was the pancration, a deadly blend of wrestling and boxing with almost no rules. Anything was allowed, except biting and eye-gouging. Men left the arena bloodied and broken. Some even died. But if you won, you were unstoppable, a living legend. And then came the chariot races, thundering hooves around the hippodrome, dust clouds rising, wheels shattering, horses and drivers tumbling. These races were dangerous, chaotic, and wildly popular. They weren't driven by the athletes themselves, but by hired charioteers. Yet the owner of the horses, not the driver, was awarded the crown. Status mattered, but in 776 BCE, it was just that first foot race. One event, one victor, one beginning. And yet from that single competition, a movement was born, one that celebrated the physical form as divine, that pushed the body beyond comfort, and transformed sport into something more than a game. It became ritual, it became honour, and as the years passed, and new events were added, the original race, the stadion, remained the heartbeat of the games, because everything Olympian began with a single sprint. The Olympic Games were not just competitions, they were ceremonies. Every race, every throw, every moment of exertion unfolded under the gaze of the gods. In Olympia, sport was sacred, and at its heart stood Zeus, ruler of Mount Olympus and the divine patron of the games. Before the contests began, a great sacrifice was held at the altar of Zeus. This wasn't symbolic, it was central. Dozens of oxen were slaughtered in honour of the god, their ashes piled high on an altar made entirely from the remains of past sacrifices. This mound of sacred ash had grown over centuries, fed by the devotion of athletes and priests alike. To compete in Olympia, athletes had to swear a solemn oath in the temple of Zeus. With hands upon a piece of boar's flesh, they promised to train honestly, to compete fairly, and to bring no shame to the games. Cheating was not just dishonourable, it was sacrilege. Those who broke their oath could be fined, beaten, or permanently banned. Their names might be etched onto statues of Zanes, bronze effigies of Zeus placed at the entrance of the stadium as a warning. Here are the ones who dishonoured the gods. Presiding over the games were the Hellanodikai, judges chosen from the region of Elis. They weren't mere referees. They were priestly figures, guardians of both the rules and the rituals. They trained for 10 months before the games, learning not only athletic standards, but also religious protocols. They wore purple robes and carried staffs, symbols of their sacred authority. And then there was the Temple of Zeus itself, one of the largest and most majestic in the Greek world. Inside stood a statue over 40 feet tall, crafted by the sculptor Phidias, made of ivory and gold. Seated on a throne, holding a scepter and a figure of Nike, the god watched over the games with a calm, eternal gaze. It was so magnificent, it would later be named one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Every leap, every strike, every drop of sweat was a form of worship. At Olympia, the body moved in rhythm with the divine. Victory wasn't just for pride, it was for Zeus. In ancient Olympia, the air was filled with competition, ritual, and the scent of olive oil. But one thing was conspicuously absent: women. The Olympic Games were an all-male affair, not only in competition but also in attendance. Married women were strictly forbidden from watching the games. The penalty, according to legend, was death, specifically being thrown off Mount Typeon. It was a reflection of the deeply patriarchal structure of Greek society, where public life, especially in athletic and sacred spaces, was the domain of men. The games celebrated the ideal male form. Nudity was standard, and the competitions were not just athletic, they were philosophical. The male body, trained and disciplined, was seen as a reflection of cosmic order, a living sculpture of virtue. Women, especially married women, had no place in this visual and symbolic environment. Still, not all women were excluded from the Olympic story. Unmarried women were occasionally allowed to watch, and they had their own event, the Heraean Games, held in honor of Hera, the wife of Zeus. These games featured foot races for young girls, held in the same stadium, but with key differences. The races were shorter. The girls ran clothed, wearing short chitons that left one shoulder bare. Their hair was worn loose, unbound and free. The victors received olive crowns and were allowed to dedicate statues to Hera. But while the Heraean Games were meaningful, they were not the Olympics. The Olympic Games remained a sacred male ritual, bound to Zeus and military values. Strength, endurance and glory were cultivated for the battlefield as much as the arena. To be an Olympic victor was to be a hero of the polis, a role Greek women were simply not allowed to assume. There is one curious exception, the case of Ciniska of Sparta, a wealthy woman who bred horses. Because chariot races awarded the crown to the owner, not the driver, Ciniska technically became the first female Olympic champion. But even she never set foot in the stadium to witness her victory. The exclusion of women wasn't just custom, it was religious law, social code, and cultural identity wrapped into one. In Olympia, the games were many things, but they were not for women. In ancient Greece, a victory at Olympia was more than personal triumph. It was political capital. To win was to bring honour not just to oneself, but to one's polis, the home city-state. Every athlete stood as a living emblem of where he came from. A victory in the Olympic Games meant superiority in strength, discipline, and divine favour, and that superiority reflected on the society that raised him. When an Olympic victor returned home, he was welcomed as a hero. City gates were opened in his honour, crowds lined the streets, songs were sung. His name might be carved into stone or etched into local memory by poets. One of the most famous was Pindar, who composed elaborate victory odes, rich in language and myth, commissioned by cities to immortalise their champions. But the celebration didn't end with applause. Victors were often rewarded with gifts, land, money, free meals for life, tax exemptions, or even statues in the public square. In some cities, they were given prime seats at the theatre or front rows at political gatherings. They might be elected to office, not because of their words, but because of their body and what it had proven in Olympia. Some wealthy elites used the Olympics to elevate their status. They funded training programs, sponsored athletes, or even bred horses for the chariot races, where the owner, not the driver, claimed the prize. For these aristocrats, an Olympic win was like winning an election. It cemented their legacy, increased their influence, and shaped how history would remember them. Even rivalries between city-states played out through sport. When Athens and Sparta clashed politically or militarily, they also watched each other closely in the arena. Who had more victors? Who trained harder? Which polis did the gods seem to favour? Victory was a message. We are the stronger people. Our way of life is the better path. In this way, the Olympic Games became a stage for diplomacy, a battlefield of symbolic war where cities competed for glory without drawing blood. The olive wreath may have looked humble, but in the world of ancient Greece, it carried the weight of political power, cultural pride, and immortal memory. For over 1,000 years, the Olympic Games burned bright in ancient Greece. Every 4 years, without fail, athletes, poets, priests, and spectators made the journey to Olympia, not for profit, but for glory, devotion, and unity. But nothing in history is eternal. In 393 CE, the Christian emperor Theodosius I issued a decree that brought the ancient games to an end. To him, they were a pagan ritual, incompatible with the growing dominance of Christianity in the Roman world. Temples were shuttered, altars dismantled, statues defaced. The sacred flame of Zeus was extinguished. The stadium fell silent. Centuries passed. The site of Olympia became ruins, slowly buried by time and earth. Nature reclaimed the track. The voices faded. The names of champions were forgotten, except by a few scribes who recorded their victories in dusty scrolls. And yet, the idea never truly died. In the 19th century, as archaeologists uncovered the bones of Olympia, its columns, temples, and training grounds, interest stirred again. What if the games could return? Not just as a curiosity, but as a global symbol. In 1896, the vision became reality. The modern Olympic Games were born in Athens, reimagined by Baron Pierre de Coubertin, who believed that sport could bring nations together in peace, just as it once brought Greeks together at Olympia. He borrowed many of the old traditions, the 4-year cycle, the flame, the procession of athletes. Even the ideal of arete, excellence of body and spirit, was revived. Today, the Olympic torch is lit in Olympia, in the shadow of the ruined temple of Hera, using a parabolic mirror and the rays of the sun, just as it might have been in ancient days. From there, it travels across continents, a flame that connects past to present. And though the modern games are global, commercial, and competitive on a massive scale, their heart still beats with an ancient rhythm. A celebration of human potential, of peace, of striving for something higher than victory alone. From the sacred soil of Olympia to stadiums around the world, the Olympic spirit continues, not as a relic, but as a living tradition. The sacred fire was never truly extinguished. It was passed on. The tale of the Colossus doesn't begin with bronze or artistry. It begins with a siege, and with a city that refused to fall. In 305 BCE, the island of Rhodes found itself under siege by one of the most feared military minds of the Hellenistic world, Demetrius Thais of Macedon, also known as the Besieger. He arrived with an army tens of thousands strong, backed by warships, catapults, and an infamous siege tower called the Helepolis, a mobile fortress 9 stories high. Rhodes, by contrast, was small. A proud naval city, wealthy through trade and skilled in diplomacy, but dwarfed by Demetrius's might. His goal was to crush Rhodes for its alliance with Egypt, the rival power of the Ptolemies. It should have been a short campaign. It wasn't. For nearly a year, the Rhodians held the line. They used their terrain, their walls, and their wits. At night, they snuck out to burn siege equipment. They cut off supply routes. They adapted faster than Demetrius could adjust. Even when the massive Helepolis rolled toward the city, they found a way to disable it, drenching it with oil and setting it alight. Eventually, the siege collapsed. Demetrius withdrew, humiliated, leaving behind his war machines and shattered pride. The city was spared. Its people, though scarred, were unbroken. And now they wanted to make sure no one ever forgot. The Rhodians gathered the remains of the siege, abandoned towers, broken catapults, and thousands of pounds of bronze and iron. These would not go to waste. They would be melted, reforged, and reborn, not into weapons, but into a monument. To mark their improbable victory, they chose to honour their patron deity, Helios, god of the sun. They would build him a statue, not ordinary, not even grand, but colossal, something the world had never seen. They commissioned Chares of Lindos, a sculptor known for his precision and ambition. He promised not just a statue, but a symbol, something that would say, in no uncertain terms, Rhodes stands tall. Rhodes stands free. And so, from the ashes of war, the vision of the Colossus began, not as a wonder, but as an act of defiance. With victory still fresh and pride swelling in their hearts, the people of Rhodes turned their attention to a project unlike any the world had ever seen. They would build a statue, not just to commemorate their resistance, but to send a message across the seas, a message cast in bronze and rooted in stone. They chose to honor Helios, the sun god, whom they believed had protected their city during the siege. In Rhodes, Helios wasn't a distant celestial being. He was a guardian, a presence woven into the identity of the island. His rays shone on every harbour stone, and now he would be given form. To bring that vision to life, they summoned Chares of Lindos, a native Rhodian and a master sculptor. Chares had trained under Lysippos, the famed sculptor of Alexander the Great. He understood proportion, symmetry, and ambition. The task before him was monumental. The Colossus would stand over 100 feet tall, nearly the height of a modern 10-story building. It would be made entirely of bronze, with a supporting structure of iron and stone. The materials came from the very siege machines Demetrius had left behind. Thousands of pounds of bronze from melted-down weapons and armour would become the skin of the god. What had once threatened Rhodes would now protect it. Construction began around 292 BCE, and it would take 12 years to complete. The process was slow and deliberate. The statue was likely built from the ground up, with each section carefully cast, assembled, and reinforced as the structure rose. Workers toiled in the blazing sun, shaping metal, aligning joints, and creating what would become one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. We don't know exactly what it looked like. No ancient images survive. But it's believed Helios stood upright, perhaps with one hand shielding his eyes as he looked east, or with an arm raised in triumph, his face calm, his crown a radiant halo of sunbeams. It wasn't just art, it wasn't just religion, it was identity. Forged from the relics of war, the Colossus of Rhodes was more than a statue. It was a reminder to all who entered the harbour that this city stood unshaken, and that its light would not be dimmed. When the Colossus was finally completed, sometime around 280 BCE, it was not merely a statue, it was a revelation. Standing more than 30 metres tall, the Colossus of Rhodes was the tallest statue of the ancient world. Constructed entirely of bronze plates over an internal skeleton of iron and stone, it dominated the skyline of Rhodes and astonished every visitor who sailed into the harbour. Though later myths would claim it straddled the harbour entrance, with ships passing between its legs, historians and engineers agree. This would have been structurally impossible. Instead, the statue most likely stood to the side of the harbour, perhaps atop a stone pedestal, where it could be seen from afar, its bronze body gleaming in the sun, its crown of radiating spikes echoing the sun god's divine rays. The engineering behind it was nothing short of extraordinary. Each bronze plate was carefully shaped and fitted, locked into a hidden framework that kept the giant stable. Weights were distributed evenly. Joints were concealed. The statue may have been built using earthen ramps, which were raised gradually as construction climbed upward, then removed once the final section was complete. The figure of Helios likely stood in a calm, upright pose, one hand resting by his side, the other raised, perhaps in salute or holding a torch. His face was serene, youthful and idealized, as was the Greek artistic tradition. His gaze would have been cast across the sea, watching over sailors and merchants as they entered the harbour of Rhodes. But the Colossus was more than just a guardian. He was a symbol. To Rhodians, Helios embodied freedom, resilience, and divine favour. His towering form announced to the world that Rhodes had not only survived the siege, but emerged greater. The city had taken the weapons of war and turned them into a monument of peace. Visitors stood in awe. The statue wasn't just tall, it seemed eternal. The sunlight danced across his bronze surface. His shadow stretched across the harbour walls. And for a moment, standing beneath him, one could almost believe the gods walked among men. In Helios, Rhodes had built its pride, and set it in bronze. For 12 shining years, the Colossus stood not just as a statue, but as a signal fire to the ancient world, announcing a new era for Rhodes. The city, long a crossroads of cultures and commerce, now found itself basking in international admiration. With the bronze form of Helios rising above its harbour, Rhodes became a beacon, both literal and symbolic. To visiting merchants, envoys and poets, the Colossus declared that this island was more than a naval stronghold. It was a rising cultural force. The presence of the statue transformed public identity. The Rhodians saw themselves not merely as survivors of siege, but as chosen people, protected by the sun god, elevated by victory, destined for greatness. Helios wasn't just a god they worshipped in temples. He was now a presence, casting his gaze from the skyline. The image of the Colossus soon appeared on Rhodian coins, minted and traded across the Mediterranean. Helios, crowned with rays, became a mark of Rhodian pride and prosperity. Inscriptions celebrating the Colossus began to circulate. Travellers wrote of the way the sun seemed to reflect off his bronze skin at dawn, painting the harbour in golden light. Culturally, Rhodes flourished. The city became a hub for philosophers, sculptors and orators. Schools of rhetoric were founded. Statues lined the agora. Art, politics and religion merged into a refined civic identity, with the Colossus at its centre. But the statue's meaning extended beyond the borders of Rhodes. It stood as a universal emblem of resilience in the face of impossible odds. A statue forged from enemy weapons, dedicated to a god of light, visible to all who sailed the sea. It reminded people across the Hellenistic world that strength could be sculpted from suffering. That peace, once secured, could be shaped into beauty. For some, the Colossus represented divine harmony, a city and a deity in perfect alignment. For others, it was proof that even in an age of war and conquest, something could be built that inspired rather than destroyed. And for the Rhodians, it was simply theirs, their triumph, their god, their skybound promise. The Colossus wasn't just a wonder. It was hope in bronze. In 226 BCE, just over a decade after the Colossus was completed, the ground beneath Rhodes began to tremble. Without warning, a massive earthquake struck the island. Homes collapsed. Temples cracked open. The harbour walls shuddered. And then, with a groan of metal and a cry from the heavens, the mighty statue of Helios, the pride of the city, snapped at the knees and fell. The Colossus did not simply tip over like a tree. It broke, piece by piece, twisting as it descended. The legs crumbled first, and the upper body slammed into the earth, shattering sections of bronze. Fingers the size of men splintered. The head, once gazing out to sea, now lay face down in the dust. No one had expected it, and no one could stop it. The damage to Rhodes was severe, but nothing struck the people more deeply than the loss of their god's image. The Colossus had become more than a statue. It was a companion, a symbol of divine favour. Now it lay in ruin. Its wreckage sprawled across the city's sacred ground. And yet, even in ruin, it remained a marvel. For centuries after the quake, travellers still came to see what was left. The historian Strabo wrote of the fallen Colossus, describing the sheer size of its remains. Visitors stood in the shadow of its broken limbs and marvelled at the engineering it had once required. The fingers were thicker than a man's torso. The ribs of bronze curled like forgotten armour. Inside, they saw the iron framework and the brilliant design of a civilization determined to defy its enemies. Some said the fall was a punishment from the gods. Others believed it was a reminder that even glory must bow to nature. But most Rhodians, though heartbroken, refused to erase it. The Colossus, though broken, was still sacred. They left the pieces where they fell. And for the next 800 years, those fragments remained, silent, rusting, enormous, a fallen god, a shattered wonder, yet somehow more human in its brokenness than it had ever been in perfection. The statue had once represented strength. Now it whispered of impermanence, and that too was something sacred. After the dust of the earthquake settled and the grief faded into silence, the question rose like morning fog over Rhodes. Should we rebuild it? The fallen colossus still lay scattered across the ground, its bronze skin gleaming in the sunlight, its broken limbs stretched like a sleeping giant along the earth. Many citizens wanted it restored. It was, after all, their symbol, their guardian, their pride. But others hesitated. And so, as they had many times before, the Rhodians turned to a voice older than their city, the Oracle of Delphi. The oracle's response was chilling. The gods had spoken, she said. The fall of the Colossus was no accident. It was a sign. Helios was displeased, and rebuilding the statue would provoke further divine wrath. The Rhodians, deeply spiritual and cautious not to offend their patron deity, took the warning seriously. They abandoned the idea. But there were also practical reasons. Rebuilding a statue of such scale would have required enormous resources, materials, labour, time. The original Colossus had taken 12 years to construct. Its cost had been underwritten by the spoils of war and donations from allies. But now, the economic climate was different. The political landscape was more unstable. Rhodes faced new threats and shifting alliances. Rebuilding a statue, no matter how iconic, didn't seem wise in such uncertain times. And so, the decision was made. Let it rest. For centuries afterward, the Colossus remained in pieces. But it was never forgotten. The fragments became a kind of outdoor museum. Pilgrims and poets, traders and scholars all came to see the ruins. They walked among the statue's massive ribs. They placed hands on its outstretched fingers. They marvelled at its shattered face. There was awe, even in destruction. And perhaps that's why Rhodes never lifted it again. Because sometimes a fallen wonder speaks louder than a standing one. Sometimes ruin becomes a kind of memory, one that humbles, teaches, and lingers longer than glory. The Rhodians didn't rebuild because they didn't need to. The Colossus had already done its job. It had become legend, and legends once born don't need bronze to stand. Though the Colossus had fallen, its fame only grew. As centuries passed, the broken statue became legendary, not despite its destruction, but because of it. Travellers from across the Mediterranean continued to visit Rhodes, not to see a standing monument, but to witness a ruined wonder. The Greek historian Strabo, writing nearly 2 centuries later, described the remains in vivid detail. He spoke of bronze fingers longer than a man, hollow limbs as large as towers, and a shattered torso that still held the shape of a god. Even in fragments, the Colossus stirred awe. It became a place of reflection, proof that even the greatest works could break. What stood before visitors was no longer a statue, but a ghost of greatness, lying in state beneath the sun. Unlike other wonders of the world, the Colossus wasn't destroyed by war or hatred. It hadn't been toppled by invaders or melted down in rage. It had been brought low by nature, an earthquake, blind and impartial, reminding humanity of its limits. Still, the remains were treated with reverence. The Rhodians never melted them down, never swept them away. They left the ruins where they fell, letting time and wind and memory weave them into something sacred. In the ancient world, the 7 wonders were not just lists, they were pilgrimages. And Rhodes, though its statue lay in pieces, became one of those sacred destinations. Alongside the towering lighthouse of Alexandria and the hanging gardens of Babylon, the broken Colossus held its place. It was different, more sombre, more human. Other wonders dazzled with grandeur. The Colossus now inspired something quieter, awe tinged with melancholy. It showed the passage of time. It whispered of ambition, fragility, and the strange beauty of collapse. It taught a truth that perfection could not, that even fallen things can be remembered, that sometimes the pieces left behind are more powerful than the whole. So the visitors kept coming, They stood among the ruins. They traced the edges of bronze with their fingers, and they imagined the day when Helios once looked down upon the harbour, radiant and unshaken. The wonder still existed. It had simply changed shape. For over 8 centuries, the broken colossus lay where it fell, weathered by sun and wind, admired by pilgrims and poets. Generation after generation stood in its shadow, imagining the towering figure it once had been. And then, just like that, it disappeared. In 654 CE, Rhodes was invaded by an army of the Umayyad Caliphate, a rising Islamic power that swept across the eastern Mediterranean. The city fell, and with it, the last visible remnants of the Colossus. According to later Byzantine chroniclers, the conquerors saw the statue's vast ruins as a source of material, not memory. The bronze was said to have been melted down and sold to a travelling Syrian merchant, who transported it away, piece by piece, carted off on the backs of 900 camels. Whether that number was exaggerated or not, the message was clear. The Colossus of Rhodes was gone. No more fragments, no more limbs or ribs to touch, no more towering bones of a fallen god. The statue that had once watched over the harbour, that had stood for resistance and identity, now existed only in words. And yet, those words were powerful. Writers continued to record it as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, placing it alongside monuments that still stood, temples, pyramids, tombs. The Colossus, despite being physically absent, lived on in the world's collective imagination. Its image transformed across cultures. Medieval maps showed it straddling the harbour, a gate of bronze that ships passed beneath. Renaissance artists painted it as a titan, casting shadows across oceans. It became a symbol of what once was, and what could be again. The irony is that we know so little about what it actually looked like. There are no surviving blueprints, no surviving sculptures or carvings. Everything we believe about the Colossus comes from the echoes of travellers, the pages of historians, and the imagination of those who came too late. But perhaps that's what makes it eternal. Because the Colossus of Rhodes was never just a statue. It was a dream cast in metal, a vision of what humanity could build when courage, beauty, and purpose aligned. And while its body may be gone, its shadow still stretches across time. The Colossus of Rhodes no longer stands, but its meaning has never collapsed. More than 2,000 years after its fall, it remains etched in the world's imagination. Not as rubble, not as loss, but as symbol. It was never just about height, or engineering, or bronze. It was about what people saw when they looked up at it. Strength in defiance, beauty in resilience, pride made visible. Built from the spoils of war, the Colossus began as a declaration that Rhodes, though small, could not be broken. Its people turned the tools of siege into art. What was once meant to destroy them became a monument to their endurance, and that idea has outlived the statue itself. Across history, echoes of the Colossus have surfaced again and again. When France gifted the Statue of Liberty to the United States, it wasn't just a gesture of diplomacy. It was a tribute to the same ideal, that a towering figure by the harbour could welcome the world and stand for something greater than stone or steel. In modern times, engineers and artists have proposed rebuilding the Colossus. Some imagine a new statue with solar panels to honour Helios in a sustainable form. Others envision a modern wonder of glass and light hovering above the sea. None have come to pass. But the fact that we still dream of rebuilding it says everything. Because the Colossus represents more than its own history. It represents the kind of monument humanity longs to build, not to kings or conquests, but to possibility, to the idea that out of devastation, something radiant can rise, to the belief that even when toppled, the spirit of a people remains. In every shattered empire and every rising city, in every monument built after war, in every torch held aloft at the edge of a harbour, the Colossus still stands. It stands in stories, in symbols, and in the space between who we are and what we dare to build. Roads may be quiet now, but in the minds of those who remember, a god of bronze still watches the waves, and even broken, he shines.